Like, I think it could be an interesting summer. I think if we can get back and forth.
Mhm. Well, hello and good morning, or afternoon actually, but good morning. Welcome to Diego C. Palace. Welcome to Diego C. Palace to my morning football show. And I'm going to be discussing a few things this morning, late afternoon, early afternoon, I should say. It's about the first topic which I'm going to go into is the performance of Crystal Palace. Of course, just recently at Selhurst Park. A home win for the Crystal Palace players, Oliver Glasner, the staff there. And I so needed that. I so needed that win. To watch the players celebrating and playing, seeing them smiling, celebrating goals and celebrating good defensive performances, and also watching the players just keep fighting for each other on that pitch. Seen that on away fixtures this season, and I couldn't put my finger on it as to why they could not replicate that at home at Selhurst Park. Not because they haven't been tried, it's just it hasn't worked out. But there you go, it landed really well against Aston Villa, of course. Unai Emery, a very good manager, very good squad there, but they are experiencing a lot of defensive error injuries. And yeah, so I'm going to start with that. But before I do that, please hit a like and subscribe at Diego C. Palace. Help me get to 5 likes if you can in the chat. And if you haven't subscribed, please subscribe at Diego C. Palace. Just going to change something on the settings, which I notice is not right. We'll figure out to do it. Right, how do I go into it? I have no idea. No, it's not there. So I've got to go there, I think. No, it's not that one. Oh, it's this one. Oh, there it is. Okay, hopefully that will be better for everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, Steve. I hope you're well. Thank you very much for dropping in earlier on. Steve RC says, good, big up, good win for Palace at Aston Villa. Yes, you're absolutely right there. Going to go into that and discuss that a little bit and then go on to other news regarding all Premier League fixtures. And my picks, my results, I got a few right of Tuesday and Wednesday. There was a lot of football. And scoring 4 against Steve RC says scoring 4 versus Villa, good, but not many goals. But many score 4 goals. Villa. Yeah, that's right. I mean, at the end of last season, the last match that we played, Unai Emery's Aston Villa at Selhurst Park, it was the end of the season, and it was just like they already had confirmed their Champions League qualifications last season, so that they done very well last season, and I think we won. I think it was 4-0 at the end, but it wasn't really about the scoring. It was basically end of season. And thank you very much to all the Crystal Palace players who took a few seconds and signed my shirt from last season. Jeffrey Slurp, Ebrieze, Mark Gahey, Adam Moulton. It's nearly all of them. So thank you very much for them to do that at the end. I think it's wonderful to see them doing that, and not just for me at Selhurst Park, but also to other players. And also it's good to see them taking stock because they go around with their families and stuff like that. So it's nice to see them in that kind of setting. But at Selhurst Park, I think that a lot of people don't. I think it's not talked about. I expect a lot. What I expect family members of the professional players have to go throughout a season, especially when their loved ones get injured on the pitch. There's so many injured players now, not just in the men's game, but also in the women's game. And I just think somebody needs to look into perhaps it's the footwear they're wearing, maybe it's the pitch conditions or the intensity of scheduling games. I expect when professional football players play for a full, not 90 minutes, because now with the added time, it's literally it's 100 115 minutes sometimes. And I expect the body, when you run through that kind of when you put your body through that, you got to let your body recover from it. But with all the games coming in, as best as they are all professionals and they want to keep on playing, they're not robots. They're not AI robots on the pitch. They are human beings, and so I think they need to look at that, because I think there's too many injuries, not just for Crystal Palace in the men's game, but also in the women's football game, but in all Premier League and Championship, and in the WSL and in the Barclays Championship. I think they need to look at the medical side, the footwear, perhaps the scheduling just a little bit closer. Too many players getting injured, and we all want to see the players on the pitch fit and healthy to do their stuff, what we can see. But yeah, that's another one. I'm getting a bit off subject there. Steve RC says, I'm watching, you're watching Carabao in the Cup versus Nexus Capas. Half free, both 2 legs. Then game that invests me is the most is West Ham. Oh, so you're talking about this evening? Yes, it's going to be a good, interesting match. My prediction for that match, it is West Ham United 0. I think Leicester City, they travel well, and unfortunately they've not been able, for their fans and for Ruud van Nistelrooy, who came through the PSV in the Netherlands. That he went through their academy, broke into the first team, and eventually played for the Netherlands. And also, obviously, you all know all the other football clubs that he has performed for. I think he's trying to install that knowledge of him into the Leicester City squad, the young, the established, and the ones who are probably moving on to new pastures. And it's a juggling up, but they've not scored, I think, at the King Power Stadium since, I think, in the Premier League, since, I think, mid-December or something like that. I heard somebody. So on their travels, I think they'll do well, Steve. So I think it's brilliant that you brought that up. West Ham, I'm going for Leicester City 1-0 away win. I think they've got a good manager. They just need to get Jamie Vardy scoring, I think. Right. Also, Ipswich missed a chance to beat Manchester United, and Arsenal dropped points. Yeah, there's a lot to talk about the fixtures, and I think the manager for Ipswich Town and the staff there, the players, I expect they'll be disappointed that, having been gifted 2 goals at Old Trafford, that they didn't, at halftime it was 2-2, they didn't capitalise on that and secured at least a point. It's never easy going to Old Trafford, even through the difficulties that I think Manchester United fans and the players are going through on and off the pitch. It's never an easy place to go, and so I think I suppose Ruben Amorim will be pleased that he got it over the line. And we'll go into that just a bit later on, Steve. But yeah, definitely a great point there. And also Arsenal dropping points. They're having a lot of injuries. And this goes back to what I said at the beginning. I think there should be, they need to look at it. There's too many players going down injured, not just in the professional men's game, but also in the women's game. And the professionals, the medical staff from all the Premier League clubs, or all the WSL clubs in the women's game, together with the managers, with the scheduling, whoever schedules the games, both for domestic competition and European competitions, they need to look at it, because it's maybe it's to do with the footwear they wear, or perhaps where they're playing, the conditions. It needs to be looked at. There's far too many numbers of players being injured, and we're all losing out because we don't get to see the managers picking them in the whether it be in the Premier League or in the women's game, of course, in the WSL. Please give me a like and subscribe at DLC Palace. Help me get to 5 likes if you can in the chat. And it's let me just double check that the sound is all fine. I would expect that somebody that sounds all right. Okay, that's good. Right, okay. First off, as you saw in the thumbnail that I've placed the goal scorers and also Adam Walton. Before I go into the oh, what's happening there? Oh, some breaking news. Oh no, it's not. Let's just have a look. Oh, that's an old thing. There's some breaking news as well with the WSL and the Crystal Palace women's team. I'll go into that just in a tick. But definitely, yeah, I'm going to go into, first of all, the result against Aston Villa. That's how I saw it. Being at Selhurst Park, I had a wonderful day at Selhurst Park. And not just to emphasize, let's just go. There it is. There it is. There's 2 things I want to mention. Is right. First off, he ended Crystal Palace 4-1, and me personally, being at Selhurst Park, without going too much into it, because I could rabbit on about Crystal Palace until the end of the season, but it's only a morning show, although I started at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. It is, for me, an absolutely brilliant experience there to see the Crystal Palace play, from the referee starting the match, the intensity, the approach. Quoting Oliver Glasner, what he said before the match, being interviewed by Sky Sports and Palace TV and other people, it was about the performance, not about looking down the road, the next performance and the performance after that, and also taking into account what they've been doing on their away form. The Crystal Palace players, the coaching staff, and Oliver Glasner have been doing absolutely phenomenal, and they're top of the actual in the league, and they're matching the results to none other than Liverpool with the squad that they have available to their manager, Arnold Slot. So it's with hindsight, I didn't think that the players would have been concerned, no doubt, that they weren't able to replicate that away from at home, but also because they're professionals, they know what they're capable of doing. I expect, not just individually in training, but also on match days, on away trips, but also on home matches. Before that 4-1 win at Selhurst Park, I have to say I never saw any of the Crystal Palace players drop their heads and sort of moan about what was going on or what not's going on at Selhurst Park. I think they were all getting stuck in, giving in performances, and so I'm pleased that they've got it over the line. It's only 1 win, it's only 3 points, and it's against Aston Villa, a very good opponent, very strong opponent. They're trying to rediscover that home form and away form in the Premier League. I think they've dropped down to mid-table, which I noticed yesterday, so they're not a side to be complacent again, I expect, when you play against them, and we'll go into them in a minute. But for me, to start off, I've mentioned, I put on the thumbnail the goal scorers, of course, Ismaila Sarr, and it was his birthday, so happy birthday, a belated happy birthday, Ismaila Sarr, and thank you very much for doing a little selfie at the end of the match. I really appreciate that, Mr. Ismaila Sarr. It's I think he's growing every match into what he wants to give to his teammates on the pitch, out there on the right hand side, and make it the positioning that he does, to receive the ball and then just going at the opposition left back, trying to get behind them and crossing the ball, or sometimes drifting in a bit more central. And Sarr is doing absolute bits out there. And congratulations to him, not only on his birthday, but scoring the goals. It was just absolutely brilliant to see him do that. I'm absolutely ecstatic for him. He deserves that. As I say, all the players have been working hard, especially on their home form, to try and get it over the line since the beginning of the seasons. And I think he done exceptionally well. So yeah, I'm really happy for Sarr. And I think there's still a lot more to come from him. He on capabilities, on the transition when the whole team is going from defense to attack. Sarr is getting better and better. He's growing into the role. He's demanding of the other players the service that he needs to have, and it's showing. It's showing definitely, not just in the away form when Sarr is playing for Crystal Palace, but also now at home at Selhurst Park. So I was really happy for him. And on his birthday, he scores the goals. Absolutely brilliant. Getting into the right places, and when in front and goal, scoring. I think a couple of goals, a goal for any forward player. I've always thought that for strikers and for goalkeepers, I'm sure it's for all players, but especially for strikers and for attacking players, scoring goals must enhance further better performances, not just in training, but on the next match day. So I'm absolutely buzzing for some. Also, of course, Jean-Philippe Mateta at the match, I think he did absolutely well. And as always, he's leading by example at the top, always encouraging the fans at the Homestead End or any other part of the Selhurst Park Stadium, encouraging them to come on, let's do this together. He always does that, and his celebrations, it's just tops. Boom, boom, boom. Mateta's in their room, and he's absolutely he's leading on the pitch, and I think he's obviously together with Sarr, with Jean-Philippe Mateta, and all the other players which I'll mention in a minute. I think they're leading by example, and the thing that worries me a little bit, which I won't go into too much, is they're putting themselves literally on the shop window, saying to other clubs, "Look what we're doing here at Crystal Palace." Kind of worries me, because as a Crystal Palace fan, I always worry about, oh no, these players linked to other clubs and whatnot. But I suppose that's a positive, because that means the players, the coaching staff, and the fans of Crystal Palace, we're all delivering, if that makes sense. So and all the people behind the scenes at Palace do the medic stuff, and they get the players ready for Oliver Glasner to pick them or on match day. So Jean-Philippe Mateta is just going from strength to strength. Later on, I'll go in a little bit which clubs which I feel that they are been linked to. Of course, nothing official. I usually use the sources of Fabrizio Romano and Sky Sports. So when those two there's other few reliable, but until they sort of announce something official, then I kind of hold back. But it's no secret that other outlets out there are linking the Crystal Palace players and the manager and the coaching staff at Crystal Palace to other football clubs because of the work that they're doing, certainly on the away form, and now what they're trying to deliver on at Selhurst Park. It proves not only that they're matching not the stats, but the performances that Liverpool are achieving on their travels. Crystal Palace are up there with them. So I think that speaks for itself. And we can all see how far and how well Liverpool are doing, not just in the Premier League, but also in Champions League. The way I look at it, had the Crystal Palace players and the staff been able to replicate that away form at home, and not because I'm telling them, it's just as a Palace fan, I have no experience in playing or coaching a team. Had they been able to replicate what they've done away form and to their home form, Crystal Palace will be third right now in the Premier League. I think the club deserves. We are in need to get to Wembley in the domestic cup. I think the club needs that. Everybody needs it, and I think also the players themselves deserve it because of the work that they're putting in. And secondly, European football. Don't just settle to just get the beach towels out and then the season is done. Go for it. Go for it for the remainder of the season, home and away fixtures. So I think that's one thing I see it. The club desperately needs a good trip to Wembley in the domestic cups. I'll come on to Millwall in a minute, and also we saw what we did to but what the players delivered against a very good side, Aston Villa, though, because of their injuries. And they're in the Champions League. They qualified within the top 8 into the next rounds in the Champions League. And just as an example, so we can deliver. The players can give a good game to those type of opponents. Good morning or good afternoon, Damo1168. I hope you're well. I hope you're still in preparation for Millwall. Oh, excuse me. And I'm getting ready for the Millwall match. Oh, 1 minute. Let's get this ready. I've got my I'm getting ready, getting the protection on. I'm doing my weights, getting in shape for the Millwall fixture. And I'm going to go into that in a little bit. So it's we've got to get ready. We've got to be ready. If the players are getting ready for that match against Millwall, all the Crystal Palace fans, they also need to get ready, whether they're going to be at Selhurst Park or not. We have to be ready. Come on, let's work at the problem. Let's fix it. Let's not make it worse. That's going to be Sunday on Saturday, of course. So got the protection and I'm ready for it. Oh, 1 minute. Let me just put this here. I don't know why this keeps falling over. I'll leave that there. Right, but yeah. Good afternoon, Damo1168. I hope you're doing well. Please keep hitting the likes. If you're new to the channel, please subscribe at Diego C Palace. I do put the live shows that anyone can view it and comment. And so you don't have to be a subscriber. But if you haven't subscribed, please subscribe at Diego C Palace. And also, please drop a like. It helps attract new viewers, I believe, to the channel. And without your help out there, I couldn't do it. So please keep doing that. Right, so I've spoken about Ismaila Sarr. Happy birthday. And again, he played on his day and he's got wonderful goals. And he's going. We're not seeing the best. Okay, sorry, just getting a message there. Got your message. Take care. And it's important that Ismaila Sarr continues with what he's doing for his teammates, for himself at a technical level. I think it's such improvement. I don't think we've seen the best of Ismaila Sarr. I think on capability, from the transition, when the team goes from the transition from defense to attack, I do believe that we're only seeing at the moment probably 55 to 60% of his capability. I'm sure that he knows that he can improve, and just like all the other players. He's absolutely brilliant for us down that right hand side. And sometimes he can't. I love it when he comes in a bit more central and gets himself into open spaces without in a position centre half or a right half. Left back, right on the shoulder. He knows where to stand off the ball. So keep an eye on what Ismaila Sarr does off the ball, not just when he's on the ball attacking the position. He's absolutely amazing. So I was so happy to see him. And he spared a few seconds and he did a selfie with me. So thank you very much, Mr. Sarr. And good luck for the rest of the season. The other player which I mentioned is also Jean-Philippe Mateta. Cancun, please, on Saturday. Um, Hughes, I think he on the lineup for Millwall. But the thing is, I was going to come on to Adam Walton in a minute because all the goals that I think three of the goals that were done, Adam Walton was instrumental at the beginning of the play when Crystal Palace eventually scored against Aston Villa. So Adam Walton did very well. He's clearly recovered from that injury, and he's been, as Oliver Glasner said, previous pre-match interviews with Palace TV and Sky Sports and all those, saying that Oliver Glasner says, yeah, he told me like he's ready, he wants to play. So it's a good problem I expect for any manager, coach manager, to have a selection of midfielders in the pivot. I think can Hughesy play? Yes, I would like. I think Oliver Glasner and I would like to see Hughesy playing with Jefferson Lerma in the number 8 position and Will Hughes off it. I think that's what Oliver Glasner like. Will Hughes, Jefferson Lerma, and Tyrick Mitchell on the left, and Daniel Munoz out on the right hand side with Sarr, Ismail Sarr, Ebrieze, and of course Jean-Philippe Mateta up top. I think that's what he'll go for. I got a feeling that Oliver Glasner, of course, he's not experienced a match between Crystal Palace versus Millwall before, but he's not a veteran. He's not a new what I call it, a new chicken, a new chook. You know what I mean? Or in the barn. He's like, I expect that Oliver Glasner, from the information that he's gathered, this match against Millwall is very similar to a match that he probably have managed in Germany or in Austria when he began his coaching career, and as he developed that there's always a match that form goes out the window. The fans, the owners, even sometimes the owners, the custodians of the football clubs, they're up against another foe, which is a very big rival. So it's going to be absolutely something for that. And so it's going to be one of those. Yeah, it's going to be one of those. So for me, it's. I think Oliver Glasner at Damo 1168. My heart says definitely yes. I think he should. I hope he's not injured. I hope he hasn't just picked up. You're making me worried now, Damo. Has he injured himself in training or something? The player that actually I was worried about during that game against Aston Villa was Issam Sarr, because he did pick up a lot of knocks. Maybe I'm a little bit biased, just a touch, but I think Issam Sarr received quite a few knocks of challenges, hard challenges by Aston Villa players, and even one of the goals that we scored, that I think it was Jean-Philippe Mateta eventually scored that one. He was like literally on the pitch injured, so I hope he's recovered. Oh, because of the yellow cards. All right, you were getting me worried then, because I was thinking, now if somebody's just got injured in training this morning, no, I'm not having that. Just dial 999 and get the medics. If they don't come out to see the player, dial 111. I don't care where the ambulance come. Just make sure they get the medics on those players. Big up to Adil, and he says, "Are you going on Saturday?" As always, I don't like to say when I'm going to matches, just for safety. But I know you yourself and Damo are real ones, and I think this might answer your question. I'm old school. I remember back in the late 80s and during the 90s when I started going, not as often as I do now, to Palace games, everything was done on paper. You get the ticket, you get the little tab, and then you get your match day program, and you put the tab in your program, and now you store it in the yellow store or or up in the loft or something, or in the garage. And big up to good afternoon, Adil and to Damo, thank you very much for dropping in. And so I think I've got to be careful I don't reveal too much. We're not past the watershed. But there you go. I think that tells you everything. And I didn't want this one to be electronically on the phone because it's against Millwall. You know, you want to keep it. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, I think the tickets went out. I think they were the moment that they came about, they were gone for that one. The moment Crystal Palace was drawn against Millwall, for me, it was a no-brainer. It was a 2:30 kickoff whenever they played it on a Saturday, Sunday, or any day. For obvious reasons, they wouldn't leave that at the last match. I believe it's been viewed free on the BBC iPlayer. If I'm wrong, please correct me, but I do believe that's that. But yellow cards. Now I'm going to Google it now because if it is, I'm not going to be happy with that because I need Jefferson Lerma to start with Will Hughes but Adam Walton is spent absolutely. I mean, what a brilliant option. Oliver Glasner has a problem there to select from. Good midfielders doing the pivot with Jefferson Lerma, Will Hughes, and sorry, yeah. So it's good for that. Right. Okay. So I mentioned Issa Sarr and also Jean-Philippe Mateta. Who else do I need to mention? Oh, Eddie Nketiah. I was so happy at the end of the match to see him coming on. I'd like to see more of Eddie Nketiah on the pitch. I know people will say, well, no, Jean-Philippe Mateta's it's obviously at the pecking order and all that jazz. But I think there's a place in Eddie Nketiah that we haven't seen. I think he wants to show us that. I've not seen once Eddie Nketiah whilst he's played for Crystal Palace, whether he's started or whether he's coming on as a substitute, even for a few minutes. I've never seen him sort of slouching and no, he's always putting the effort there, and he's providing opportunities or the space for other attacking players or even players from the back to come up into the space and have a pop on the opposition goal. So I'm so happy for Eddie Nketiah to score that goal, getting into the right positions, onside, and yeah, I was just absolutely buzzing with that. Yeah, the other player so Eddie Nketiah, carry on doing it, and when you get your chances to come on the pitch, whether it's starting or coming off the bench, just keep doing your thing, and all those people that have doubted you, well, you'll show them. You do. That's what I like about Eddie Nketiah. He's doing his talking on the pitch. He's playing, I think, more minutes now for Crystal Palace since he's arrived at Crystal Palace, since he's ever done for the time that Mikel Arteta was at when he was at Arsenal with Mikel Arteta. I read that somewhere. I don't know if it's factually correct, but he's certainly doing more minutes for Crystal Palace on the pitch. I would like to see more of him on the pitch, but of course, there is a pecking order I expect for team selections. So now I'm going to Google that because now I'm worried. Let's find out. I know he picked up one. Did he pick up a yellow card? No, he didn't pick up. Oh, well, I'm always surprised with this referee. I've got to check now. Before I check the question, I know the referee took like 60 minutes to give the opposition a yellow card after Issa Sarr was chopped up so many times on the pitch, and Ebrieze as well. Right, so how do I find that out? So how do I go to the match on Tuesday? Just bear with me. Lineups. Don't scare me. Yeah, Wilsh picked up another one on 35 minutes. Yeah, and he gave one to Daniel Munoz as well, probably for the madness in the celebrations there. Yeah, look, he only bought an Aston Villa player on 82 minutes. I thought it was earlier than that. Well, there you go. Anyway, it wasn't that type of game anyway. But there were some strong challenges there. So anyway, let's not go into the refereeing and all that. We'll be here all day. But yeah, Will Hughes picks up another one right now. I'm going to go and find out, because if he's not available, is Will Hughes. Helps if you put a H in his name. Is Will Hughes available to play for Palace against? I think it's 5, isn't it? Is it 5 yellow cards? If you get more than 5 yellow cards, I think that's when you get suspended. Against Millwall. Is Hughes available to play for? Huh? Who do we use as a reliable source? Roman Eze still. She should be able. He's not cup tied. I think he can. Damo1168. You're probably gone now. I don't blame you. I'm just gonna have a look. No one's reporting that he is, so that's a good sign. I hope he's not injured. Predicted lineup. Yeah, I think he will be. I'm not seeing anyone that's. You're probably gone now, but I can't see anybody. Actually, I'm going to keep this one because this looks like a good. Not sure who these people are. This is local. Yeah, sorry, Damo1168, for the delay in that. I've got to learn how to deal with this stuff. Somebody asks you a question, figure it out quickly. It takes me like it takes me a while. I'm not like the other content creators that there he goes, it snaps. It takes me a few minutes. You probably get to it. Come on, son. Come on. Oh, my days, the things you have to learn. I'm looking at the official web. It just says this is local London, this official web page. I have no idea. And it's there's an article there by a gentleman called Dan Loughlin. And but I don't know who this website is associated with. But there's nothing like breaking news. I'm actually going to keep it because he's actually got a good lineup for the Millwall. Because I don't think it's just about. I can talk about Crystal Palace until the chaos come home, but about Millwall, they've there is a projected lineup here, which I may take from here, some bits from here, but it's a official web page. This is local London. I hope they shout me out because I'm shouting them out. I think that's how it's supposed to work. Right. But yeah, no, it looks like it's all right. What is actually, I'm going to try and find out now that we're on the subject. How do we? Okay. What's going on here? This is the problem that I'm having at the moment. I open a tab and it just disappears. So why is it doing that? Oh, it's here. Oh, I understand. Okay, all right, I understand. Okay, so I've just opened the tab. So then if I go here now and then Google it, and it says, I think it's 5 yellow cards. How many yellow cards will need to be do you need to be suspended? I hope this is in the Premier League. Oh, it's 10. What? Nah, not that many, surely. Is this? Oh, here we go. I'm going to go straight to the Premier League. Which players are suspended or close to a ban? Oh, it's 10 yellow cards. Well, there you go. I thought it was 5. Well, actually, if it was 5, we wouldn't have any players available. The way some of these decisions are going against us, like real talk. Do you know what I mean? I always say the Arsenal fans, the Liverpool fans, the Manchester United fans, oh my days, do the Chelsea fans always get the referee decisions go their way, especially when they're playing against my Palace. Don't get me started. Real talk. All right, it's a bit too early for that. I'm getting this off the official Premier League webpage, so that's a reliable source. That's what I've been told to use, reliable. And who is suspended? Tottenham have got a player suspended. Oh, this is interesting. Oh, no! Oh, no, hold on a minute. It says here, who's suspended? Crystal Palace will miss the next one, but it's the Premier League. Damo1168, if you're still there, a correction. Yes, he is available for the FA Cup, but he will miss the Ipswich Town again and Southampton. Oh, thank you very much, Damo116. That makes you knew. Oh, no. Oh, that means we're going to miss him for Ipswich home. So, thank you very much, Damo168. Oh, that's brilliant. Right, so there's a lot of players very close to suspension. Ryan Chrissy, Moses Caicedo, of course, of Chelsea. How is he still on 9? I don't, and Hughes is more. Listen, he's lucky he didn't get more red cards when he lost the plot against us and against Brighton and all these other teams that Chelsea keep losing against. Daniel Munoz is on 7. Oh, no. Oh. Harry Maguire's on 7. Any more Crystal Palace players here? Let's have a look. So, Daniel Munoz is on 7. And suspended at the moment are 4 players in the Premier League. Ilya Sabareyi, Tottenham. He misses the Tottenham game. Sasa Lucic, they for Fulham, they missed the game against Brighton and Tottenham. Well, he does, I should say. Patrick Dorgu will miss the Arsenal and Leicester, and Will Hughes will miss the Ipswich Town, Southampton. So that means that it only... Okay. Well, primarily because they are suspended by the FA, are close to a ban, accumulating the yellow cards, receiving red cards. So obviously it does not affect the oh, that's worrying. Okay. All right, that's not too bad. Let's not panic. Don't panic. I'm actually going to move this tab over here because to me that's a very important tab. So, oh, no, I've moved the wrong one over. Oh, man. Hold on a second, people. Oh, I just lost it. Oh, no. I just had the tab. Oh, I found it. Is this it? No, that's the referees. So this is what I don't understand. Oh, I see. I've just got too many tabs open. Do you know what? I'm going to increase this to full view. Okay, this is better. So now I can see what's going on. So that one I can keep there. That one looks quite reliable. Right, I need to find... There it is. So I need to move this one over here. Right, what's all this stuff here? Okay, could get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Jesus. Pancula Duju. Oh yeah, I remember him. What is all this about? What do I do now? Oh shit. I don't understand what's going on. Okay, leave that one over there. I'm just coming, people, and just figuring out I've messed up all these terms. There. Okay. No, I don't need that. What's this? Alright, get rid of that. Okay, now we're going back to it. Okay, now we're what's this for? Where is it? Oh, come on, leave me alone. Apologies to everyone in there, just trying to figure out my windows here because it's just gone absolute madness. Why can't I move? Why can't I reduce that? It's not letting me do what I want to do. Okay. There it is. Okay, that's what I wanted to do. Okay, back to normal. Right, so yeah, so Will Hughes, it looks like he will miss the next two Premier League fixtures by the FA Cup. He seems to be okay. I've got that from the Premier League and the FA. Let's go into the FA. Does it say players, suspensions, whole game? No, I can't see. Well, to me, it looks like he will. All right. Please keep hitting the likes and subscribe at Diego C. Palace if you are new. Help me get to 5 likes if you can in the chat. And let's go on with it as we speak. On a minute. Right, what's next? Right, so I've mentioned, of course, Ismail Sarr and Jean-Philippe Mateta and Eddie Nketiah. Congratulations for them scoring those goals. Of course, 4 goals against Aston Villa. 2 players which I think they were all brilliant. Daniel Munoz, Tyro Mitchell. For me, also Chris Richards is just an absolutely brilliant day as the Crystal Palace right back there, and also is Maxime Lacroix, Henderson as well back in the goal. They've all. I mean, I can list them all. The performances for all of them. I'll be here all day. It's. I think this is the lineup that I would expect. What we saw starting against Aston Villa to start against Millwall. Having said that, the fact that Hughesy is suspended for the next 2 Premier League, then I think he will start. possibly with Jefferson Lerma. But then Adam Walters done ever so well in that match, starting there with Husey. So there's great competition for places there in the pivot with Walton, Husey, and Jefferson Lerma, in my opinion. And I suppose that's a good problem to have for the manager, for any manager in any team. Could Roman Eze start instead of Ebery Eze? Could be a possibility. He knows Millwall very well. And I think I suppose it's what Oliver Glasner feels how Roman Eze is doing, and also the other players, whether he wants to change it. You know what? Because of the home form being so not up and down, it's just been like not happening for them this season, and they've just got the win. My view on it is, if it's not broken, don't fix it. They've done a very good performance against Aston Villa at home at Selhurst Park. Why fix it if it's not broken? But then, of course, the Oliver Glasner is going to have to look to see who's carrying knocks, who may need a rest of some sort. But I expect none of them wants to not play. So Jefferson Lerma could be there to play there alongside Will Hughes. Maybe he'll save Walton for that match in the Premier League, where Hughes not going to be available. But big up to Damo1168 for pointing that out. Daichi Kamada coming on. He also played well. And there's so much. There's still other players on the bench that weren't able to feature, but I think that was a solid performance from all the Crystal Palace players, and it was needed. I so needed that as a Palace fan, just to see them, not just because of the performance that they did in getting the 4 goals over Aston Villa. It was also just seeing them smiling and celebrating goals and a performance on the pitch that I think is well overdue. Steve RSC says Palace have Millwall on Saturday, chance to reach the quarterfinals of the FA Cup. They have a good draws. Yeah, hopefully they will have it. Hopefully, my Crystal Palace get Manchester United. Whether it's at Old Trafford, at Selhurst Park, please, I don't mind that. I'm gonna get. No, I'm not gonna get in trouble for saying that. It's real talk. It's we to do the double on them, and then to do it again to get another match. It'd be good. Hope we get a home tie. Even that we say that with the home form, but it's I think, if I'm not mistaken, when Palace plays in the cup competitions at home, they maximise the revenue for the match day experience for the club. So I hope we get a home draw for that respect. So I think that's important. I mean, no doubt that club shop, both of the club shops at Crystal Palace, they're going to be like chock-a-blocks, like literally chock-a-block. So it's going to be one of those. Please keep hitting the likes and subscribe at Diego C. Palace if you are new. And Steve RSC, big up to you, saying Man City not team to fear. They only beat Spurs. They have same points as Manchester United, but behind Palace. Manchester City not a team to fear. Do you mean Manchester United? Oh, same points. Man City not the team to fear. They only just beat Spurs. They have the same points as Manchester United. I don't think that's the case. In FA Cup. Oh, I don't get it. Do you mean in the Premier League? No, in the Premier League, Manchester United are well below us, but Manchester, they're not 2 points behind City. In the FA Cup, if Palace get them or another team, Manchester is not a team to fear. No, I don't want Manchester City, Steve. I do not want Manchester City. I don't want Manchester City. I do not underestimate Manchester City and Pep Guardiola, even with what they're going through at the moment. I do not want to play Manchester City in the next. I probably just jinxed it, but I don't want them to. I don't want them next. We've got to get past Millwall first of all. But I'm trying to figure out what you meant because it's important. If you put it down, it's important. So, Man City, not team to fear. I fear them. As a Palace fan, I fear them. If you don't, it's okay, but I fear them. They're not a side that we regularly beat, unlike Manchester United at the moment. That's what I'm trying to get at. Chances to reach the quarterfinal. Oh, wait a minute. You suppose they have the same points? Oh, I understand. So you're saying Tottenham Hotspur? Yeah. So Tottenham Hotspur. I get it. Understand what you're saying now. So both Spurs and Manchester United are just a few places behind Palace. I got there. So I understand it. It's something about this season and last season, actually going back 3 seasons. Palace always seems to get points against Manchester United, whether it's at home and away, regardless of our form. Tottenham Hotspur, they're getting their players back from injury. Maddison is doing bits over there for them again. And I'm wary about Tottenham Hotspur because they've got a good manager. There's a lot of people that don't rate Ange Postecoglou, but I think he's a good coach and a good manager. He just needs his injured players back. It's as simple as that. And stop having to play the under-21s. Maybe it's not as simple as that, but that's the way I see it. Big up to everybody there in the chat. Steve RSC says Spurs and Manchester United both on 33, and Palace on 33. You want to avoid City not play, but if you would rather wait until not early. I don't want to face City. I want somebody else to knock them out. Liverpool are still in the FA Cup, aren't they? Of course they are. They must be. Let's just have a look. Well, actually, we can see who's in the ties and we can find out. Since we're talking about it, let's go and do it. Please keep hitting the likes and subscribe at Diego C. Palace. Just hold on a sec, people. I'm just going to close the window in the room because it's getting a little bit chilly. Oh, yeah, Liverpool, right. Yeah, of course. Plymouth Argyle, please. I don't. Thank you, Steve. How can I forget that? Only let me close the window because it's getting a bit chilly in here. Oh dear. All right. Whoops. This keeps getting in the way and keeps standing on it. I just had to close the window because it's getting a bit chilly. Please keep hitting the likes and subscribe at Diego C. Palace if you are new. Plymouth bit. All right, I'm going into the fixtures. So the only way for me to figure it out, I presume everyone's going to be playing this weekend who are left in the FA Cup. So let's just have a look at fixtures. Let's check Friday because there might be an FA Cup. Yes, Aston Villa versus the Bluebirds, Cardiff on Friday. And also what else? And then on Saturday, 12:15. Oh, there are two 12:15 kickoffs. The first one is, of course, my Crystal Palace versus Millwall. If you're new to the channel, please subscribe at Diego C. Palace. And let me just pour another hot drink, because I opened the window because it was sunny and it was just to air, to ventilate the house. But oh no, the sun's come back in now. Oh dear. Just bear with me. Cheers to everyone. Oh my God, it's going up to 2 hours now. And so the other 12:15 kickoff, Steve RC, I don't know if you see it or if there's anybody out there. It's Crystal Palace versus Millwall, 12:15. There's another 12:15 kickoff, Preston North End versus Burnley. That's an early kickoff. And at 3 o'clock on Saturday, it's Bournemouth versus Wolverhampton Wanderers. And then at 5:45, it is Manchester City versus Plymouth Argyle. You're right, Steve. Plymouth Argyle, absolutely right. They are playing on Saturday, and then on Sunday it is the other two, which is Newcastle United versus Brighton Hove and Albion, and also Manchester United versus Fulham. That's not going to be easy for either Marco Silva or Ruben Amorim, and of course I don't know if Dorgu's not going to be available for Manchester United. You'll have to talk to Manchester United fans that they'll know which players are available or not or whatnot. I think no, I don't think so. He got a yellow card, no, a red card. But he didn't mean to harm the player. It's just the way the tackle. Every time you look at that on replay, you go, it's got to snap the leg, the play of the leg of the. And then there's another FA Cup fixture, Nottingham Forest, Ipswich Town on Monday. Right, and that's it. So basically, now I can't stop. I think I might jinx it if I start talking about who we want next. Let's get the job done over Millwall first. That's what Oliver Glasner says, just about the performance in the next match. Please hit the likes. Help me get to, if you can, to 5 likes, if you can, in the chat. And if you haven't subscribed, please subscribe at Diego C. Palace. Let me put that in the chat. Please keep hitting the likes up. Oh. What's he doing that? Must have a keypad or something. Please keep hitting the likes up. Let's get to 5 likes. There you go. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Also, please subscribe to Diego C. Palace. There you go. Right, so I've mentioned let's put that there. I've mentioned the Ismail Sarr, Jean-Philippe Mateta, and Eddie Nketiah scoring those goals for Crystal Palace. In particular, because so happy for all 3 of them to continue to keep scoring. Absolutely ecstatic that Eddie Nketiah got on the pitch, got some minutes in there, and got himself in a very good position again. And this time he got a goal, and you can see his goal celebrations, how much that meant to him. So I know he'll never watch this program, but if he does watch Diego C. Palace, Eddie Nketiah, keep at it, don't stop, and the goals will keep coming for you. Just keep at it. Don't stop what you're doing. Daniel Munoz, they had an assist there. Eberezer had an assist. Tyrone Mitchell had an assist. But a player that is on the thumbnail, and he didn't assist, but he didn't score. But if you look at, I'm pretty sure 3 of the goals that Palace scored Adam Walton was instrumental in the start of the build-up of the attacking play from the transition of defence to attack. And the more he keeps doing that, the more I get worried about Manchester City and other people like Manchester United being linked to Adam Walton. There's a lot of people that have a doubt of Adam Walton, and of course, people are entitled to their opinion. But I think if you talk to anyone who watches him regularly live, or anyone who's a professional in the game of football, he's going places, and I will not be surprised if not all or the majority of Premier League managers wouldn't mind having Adam Walton in their Premier League starting 11. Make no mistake about that. So, but good luck to him. Keep working hard, Adam Walton. And I've always seen him give time and give selfies and signatures to the Crystal Palace fans. He's grown and grown as a midfielder, and not just the defensive part of his midfield role, but also his attacking role. I think it's also growing and growing. So he's only going to get better. I would say he's only given us of what he's able to do because of the injury that he had, and now he seems to have shaken that off, really off. I would say he's given us like between 55 and 65% of what he's capable. We've not seen the best of him, and so keep at it. Another one, Tyrick Mitchell had an amazing match there, leading by example there. Lovely little assist there for Eddie Nketiah at the end, but before that he did absolutely brilliant again. He had in the previous match he had what's his name, Adam Traore, the big muscle guy. He had him in his pocket. He's been absolutely brilliant. And of course the back three, as I mentioned earlier on, Chris Richards, I think he's solidified that right back position for Crystal Palace, and he's like the silent hero of the side, in my opinion. But he's doing bits out there. Maxime Lacroix is growing. I can see Maxime Lacroix going onwards to become towards the levels of Virgil van Dijk, in my opinion, in the Premier League. And I think he's got a good arrogance about him, naughtiness, but also clever off the ball, on the ball, and he looks like a leader on the pitch. And of course, Marc Guéhi, can't say more, and don't need to say more about him. He's our captain, and he's running bits there, not just for Thomas Tuchel, the England manager, was at Selhurst Park. Apparently, he's actually gone to a football match. I've been to more football matches than he has. Apparently, he's been working from home. I say no more. But apparently he was there, so he would have had a good eyeful of Henderson. I think Henderson should be the England #1 goalkeeper. Guéhi should be in the English squad. I think with that performance, if he doesn't pick Adam Walton, possibly even Husey, and Ebrieze for England. I think Assar can play for England. I'm not sure. Let me just find out. I'm pretty sure he can. Or maybe he can't. What's my bag? Oh, there it is. Please keep hitting the likes and subscribe at Diego C. Palace. Oh, no, another nation, yeah, of course. No, it's just whatever. Please keep hitting the likes. Help me get to 5 likes if you can in the chat. And Right, so then that's it. So yeah, I'm really happy with the performance of the Crystal Palace players. I was so happy to see them celebrating and feeling the atmosphere at Selhurst Park. Was absolutely it was needed. I needed that as a Crystal Palace fan. So well done, Oliver Glasner, all the staff, and the players, of course. And I mean, Selhurst Park was rocking at times. Absolutely buzzing there. Right, quickly go on to Aston Villa, who we played against. I've mentioned that Unai Emery. I certainly rate him as a manager, but they're just getting bombarded with injuries at their end. I said so before their match, and also please check out the video. Oh, actually, I'm going to put it in the chat if you want to go and watch it. How do I do this? I've got to go to. I've uploaded the video of Unai Emery and their players arriving at Selhurst Park. So, how do I do this? I've got to go there. I should have put it at the beginning of the. Let me just cut the noise. Oh, it's at 166 views. Thank you very much, everybody out there. So share, copy. I'm going to put in here below is the uploaded video of below is the uploaded video of of Unai together with his players arriving and departing Selhurst Park. Oh. Park. Please view and like. So I'm going to go here and then do that. There it is. Okay, so that's good. Please keep hitting the likes and subscribe at Diego C Palace if you are new. And just charging the phone there. Right, okay, let's move on. I've got to crack on. Yeah. Okay, so I mentioned the players, mentioned the performance. Oh yeah, I was just about talking about Unai Emery and his side that faced us. Finally, there it is. Yeah, I said it during that video that I've recorded the players arriving and leaving, that I was hoping that Unai Emery wouldn't play Asensio. The 4 previous matches that Unai Emery has fielded in all competitions, he's played the Scottish international McGinn and Tielemans. I think it's English. I think he is. Yeah, Tielemans. Yeah, he plays for England. So those 2 in the pivot. But I've also noticed that he plays Marco Asensio, whom he brought in the January transfer window. But for some reason, for this match, he not only didn't play him from the start, he also went for 3 at the back. Before, he's always played 4 at the back. So he's changed the formation. And I think it also didn't help matters for him that Martinez came off, I think, injured at half-time. and then Olisson came on at halftime, and there was all that thing about him moving Alice and Pete, our mascots, who were doing the penalty kickouts with the young mascots, and it's all trending on social media right now. Big up to Alice and Pete, the Crystal Palace mascots, the best mascots in the world, in the Premier League, and they were trying to tell Olisson, the reserve, the second goalkeeper at Aston Villa, that they come first, but in the end the goalkeeper had to be allowed to warm up. So the penalty shootout, halftime penalty shootout by including Alice and Pete, the Crystal Palace mascots, and the youngsters, they had to do it at the other end of the pitch. It was brilliant. Please hit like and subscribe at Diego C Palace if you are new. I think Ollie Watkins had a good game for them. The Marcus Rashford came on later on. I think it was around the 70-minute mark. But by then the match was done, and the Aston Villa, they just got too many defenders that have been injured, so he's literally having to play, if anything, players out of positioning because of the defensive injuries that he's received. He's got plenty of attacking players, but it's the defenders. Maybe they should have got a few more defenders in the transfer window for January. I don't know, but it is what it is. But definitely happy with the performance of Crystal Palace. And then also got to mention, of course, Oliver Glasner. Last of all, I like the way he did this pre-match interview. I covered that a little bit on one of my watch-alongs, and Oliver Glasner has not let it face him or his staff or the players of the performances at home this season. It's just been saying that openly. It's about the performance. It's not about looking down the road. Are we playing at home or not? It's the performances. He's clearly, what he's signaling there is that he believes in his players. They believe in themselves, and they believe in him, of what they're capable of delivering, whether it's away at a different stadium or whether it's at Selhurst Park. They're professionals, so they have to just show it on the pitch, and they did that against Aston Villa. So great to see Oliver Glasner there, happy in his touchline with his staff, celebrating with their substitutes there at times. The brilliant performance from all the players that were on the pitch and the ones that came on as substitutes as well. Great evening. So that ended Crystal Palace 4, Aston Villa 1. Let's have some more goals. Let's have lots of more goals at Selhurst Park, please. And if we have another blip, for me, it's very simple. Just get the Crystal Palace players to change in their away changing room at Selhurst Park. Just swap the plaques over the way it says home players, away players. Just swap it over. Easy peasy. It's as simple as that. That's all they need to do. Right. So that's about Crystal Palace win over Aston Villa. The next one I'm going to go into is, of course, now we have Crystal Palace versus. Yeah, I'm going to do the FA Cup, and then I'm going to go quickly into the Crystal Palace women. There's some breaking news that's just come out. So I might even do a separate video for that, but I'll mention it now, have a little practice run. But of course, this is the Crystal Palace official webpage that I'm going to take this off. I have nothing to do with the football club. I'm just a football fan. But I recommend that you log on to cpfc.co.uk. Oh, it's in front of me. Say the right one. And definitely recommend that you go and subscribe to the Palace TV. It's not that expensive, but there's great coverage there of the team at Palace TV. They do videos on the first team men's players, the unders in the men's teams, and also in the WSL, in the Crystal Palace women's team, Laura Kaminsky and her staff and her players. There's excellent coverage there. I strongly recommend that you go and check it out there. And there's also other information there, which I'm about to utilize at the moment. This has come out 5 hours ago, so this must have come out roughly around 9 o'clock on then thereabouts today on the 27th of February. And this is to do with Millwall. So I'm going to put in the chat. Okay, now I'm going to put in here finished. Oh, finished. This talking about finished talking about Palace's win over Villa. Next up, talking about the FA Cup. On Saturday against Millwall. It had to be done. When both of the teams got drawn, I was like, it had to be in it. Right, so that's going to be next. Please help me get to 5 likes in the chat. If you can, that would be wonderful. And if you haven't subscribed, please subscribe at Diego C. Palace. I'm just going to take a 5-10 minute break. So I need to go blow my nose and go to the toilet. So back in 10 minutes break. Back at 14:35. There you go. Please keep hitting the likes and subscribe at Diego C. Palace. And I'll catch you up in the tick. Where's the phone? Just in case. Oh, I need to. Oh dear. Oh, 1 minute. Okay, I'll be back in a tick. I'm just going to go to the gents. Ooh. How do I? So. Oh, he has got the title, but no description. Oh, I don't know what's going on there. All right, I'll be back in a few seconds. I don't know what's happening there. I'll have a look in a minute. Oh. Right. Oh, a minute. I done with it? Right. Right. Thank you very much, everyone who's still there. Right, here we go. So, I've next up is to talk about the match versus Millwall, which of course is on Saturday. And what I'm going to try and utilize is the information that's been posted. I think it got posted in the official webpage at Crystal Palace, on the official webpage this morning around 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock this morning. And it's looking forward to it. I'd like to see Roman Eze feature against Millwall, but I don't want Ebery Eze not to be on the pitch. So it's one of those. I think it's one of those that Oliver Glasner will look at and look to see which players could be. Maybe they've received a few knocks in the last few matches. Maybe they'll give them a rest. Could be that will come into it. But it's I'm sure Oliver Glasner will understand, with his experience in managing and coaching in Germany and also in Austria, how important this match is, not just for the club, for the fans, for the players, for everyone and everything concerned. But this article was it was broke in the official webpage at Crystal Palace. I have nothing to do with the football club, just a football fan. But I recommend you go to the official webpage and also check out Palace TV as well. Great content there. It starts by saying the following. It's not a very long one, but I'm just going to quickly go into it. Let me just turn this down. It starts by saying the heading is we've met before, previous meetings with Millwall. Big up to Steve RFC. Games just now in Turkish Cup. Wow. So there's plenty of football playing there. I think they're probably 2 or 3 hours ahead of Greenwich Mean Time. So they're kicking off in the probably at 5 o'clock in the afternoon there. So, keep an eye on them, Steve. I presume they have like an FA Cup there and a League Cup there as well. Right, it goes on to say here, the magic of the FA Cup draw has set up an all-South London clash in round 5 this weekend, with Palace set to host Millwall at Selhurst Park for the first time since October 2012. Here we take a look at some memorable meetings between the two clubs down the years. So it goes on to say, a most recent meeting. It says the last time Palace and Millwall faced off also came in the FA Cup, with the two sides drawn against one another in the third round stage back in 2022. Unlike Saturday's meeting, that tie was played at Millwall New Den Stadium, I remember. Despite the partisan home crowd erupting after Benik Afube put the host ahead, eventually the Premier League class would shine through. A lively affair would eventually turn into Michael Olise show. Who can forget the France winger spinning the game on its head, almost single-handedly in only his third start for the Eagles. So there you go. His stunning curling effort levelled the tie with the second half only a minute old. So he scored early doors in the second half. And then he goes on to say that goal seems to change the tide, with Palace enjoying the best spell of an end to end cup time. The Eagles would make pressure count. Just before the hour mark, Olise producing a wonderful cross that gave Jean-Philippe Mateta a chance to head home. Amid jubilant scenes in the away end, it will prove to be the winner as Palace progressed into the fourth round. And definitely, as I say, go to the official webpage at Crystal Palace. Got nothing to do with the football club, just a football fan. And there's an amazing video there of that match. And good luck to Michael Olise for his work that he's doing out there in Bayern Munich. Of course, playing under Vincent Kompany, a very good coach and manager over there. So good luck to Michael Olise over there. It goes on to say this article, which broke about 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock this morning, historic meetings. The first clash of this South London rivalry came back in 1921. Palace aiming to initial bragging rights with a 1-0 win away at their old den, their original old den. That's back in the Division 3 South fixture. So that's back in 1921. That was the very first time that they featured against each other. A maiden FA Cup meeting between the two sides will take place the following year. Millwall winning a replay. Oh no! 2-0 after the initial draw. Oh, don't take me there, please. No, please. Then he goes on to say that actually started a bad run for Palace against the Lions. With our win in the fixture not coming until the 5-3 FA Cup replay win in 1929. So it took nearly 8 years to get back at them and get a win, following 5 successive losses in league meetings. So we went through a rough patch back then. It was back in the day. The article goes on to say, although the vast majority of previous meetings have come further down the pyramid, the two sides have also contested top-flight league fixtures, first doing so in the old division in 1989. That's correct. The Eagles won. The Eagles won one of the best games ever played between the two sides, with a prolific attacking partnership of Mark Bright and Ian Wright, both grabbing braces in a 4-3 win at Selhurst Park. Brighty arrowing a shot into the top corner, to complete a famous win. Palace actually did the double over Millwall that season, also winning 2-1 in their reserves fixtures. So there's a wonderful photograph there of the strip on in 1989. You can see the hard tackling, the intensity. You can see that by the photograph. I'm not sure who took the photograph, but brilliant shot of both players at it. The rivals will regularly meet over the 10-year period from 2003 to 2013. Saves for Palace's 2004-05 Premier League campaign in the Championship. Yes. During this time, Palace had a reasonable record at the Den, with a notable exception of a nightmare visit in New Year's Day 2011. We don't seem to do well at New Year's fixtures, I have to say. Future Eagle Jason Puncheon would hit a stunning hat-trick in one of only 7 league games at Millwall on a short-term loan, a game that would also mark the end of George Burley's reign as the Crystal Palace manager. Yeah. But that remains the most recent defeat in the fixture. 2011-2012 season saw a 0-0 draw at Selhurst Park before Palace won the reverse fixture thanks to a goal from Jermaine Easter. The last league meeting came in the Eagles' 2012-13 promotion campaign, with both matches finishing level 2-2 draw at Selhurst Park and a 0-0 stalemate at the Den. That's it. And you can see Wilfried Zaha. I like that kit. And that's the end of the article. There's information there about the match details and also about getting access to live commentary on Palace TV. And as I say, I've got nothing to do with the football club, just a football fan. But I strongly urge that people out there go and check out the content on Palace TV. Great coverage on the Crystal Palace women's team that is up there, and also the Crystal Palace men team, the first, the senior side, and also on the unders under Darren Powell. Great stuff there. And so looking forward to that. Big up to Steve RSC, says games just now in the Turkish Cup. And then, yes, the country is far hours ahead of UK. Yes, they're a few hours. Biggest shock, Joseph's beating Campitas 5-0 away. Right, so there's the FA Cup. So it's not just here in the UK, in other leagues in other countries, they are also going through their domestic cup competitions other than the prospective leagues. So everybody's at it everywhere. So, yeah, loving that article there from Palace, giving us a little insight of a little history between Crystal Palace versus Millwall, not just recently, but going all the way back at the top of the article. It dates going back to, oh, where is it? I've lost it. Dating back to 1921. So I love this kind of articles because you get a bit more insight way before I was born. And it gives you a feel and like a pulse on it. And I think form goes out the window, but I think also the experience and the squad in depth that clearly Oliver Glasner has at their disposal is also important. To what's this? And another place where I'm using information from is called This Is Local London. It's a web page. It looks respectable and professional, so that's why I'm going to talk about it. And this article has been done by a gentleman called Dan Lochelan, who's their sports reporter. And I'm not going to read it all out. And but the bit where I'm going to mention is about Millwall, because it looks like a good report there. It is. He goes on to say Millwall knocked out Championship leaders Leeds United at Elland Road in the previous round, and will fancy causing another upset. No, it won't, but they'll fancy causing an upset when they take the short trip to Selhurst Park. Coming in the middle of the chase of the playoff spot in the league, manager Alex Neil will have to decide if he plays his regular starters or rotates for the cup clash. In the win against Leeds, Neil struck with a number of his regulars, which could suggest he could continue with a similar formula against the Eagles. It goes on to say it is likely that Leon Roberts will get another chance in goal ahead of the number one choice, Lucas Jensen, after keeping a clean sheet in Yorkshire. It goes on to say forward Josh Coburn could make his first start after returning from injury, but Neil may want to manage, his minutes. This is an article on This Is Local London, and the sports reporter is Dan Lochelan. I hope I pronounced his surname correctly. But Dan, Dan from he's a sports presenter there, so big up to him for doing that. And Chelsea, let's have a look at also because he's got something interesting here. I definitely caught up earlier on. So I'm not going to read it all out, but yeah, Neil, who's obviously the manager of Millwall, was impressed with Zach Sturge as he came off the bench to debut against Derby County last week. So they've been busy in the transfer window. Of course, we all know that Crystal Palace recently acquired a Roman Eze of Millwall, so they've got a bit of cash in the bank. And so Dan goes on to say Neil was impressed with Zach Sturge as he came off the bench to debut against Derby County last week. The Chelsea loanee came on for Joe Bryan, who limped off with an injury and therefore could not be in the starting lineup against Palace. Right, so that's interesting. That's the way I caught up earlier on. Neil has praised his side's recent defensive displays as he may set up his team to be defensively solid as they face Premier League opposition. Palace enter the match fresh off a 4-1 thrashing of Aston Villa, and they will be high on confidence and eager to score more goals. Neil packed the midfield against Leeds, which helped his side earn a clean sheet, so it will not be a surprise if he did it one more time. The lineup that the Millwall manager let's just scroll up. What's happened there? Here we go. The manager of Millwall, Neil Alex, there, he went for. Oh no, this is a predicted lineup. So the predicted lineup is Liam Roberts, a defensive 2, 3. It looks like he likes a 4 at the back with their right back Tristan Kramer, Japhet Tangana, Jake Cooper, and Zach Sturge, who's on loan from Chelsea. And also they've put here a predicted midfield of Femi Aziz, Casper Dinore, Luke Kundal, George Honeyman, and Camille Neckley. And their striker up top, following the exit of Roman Eze, is Mihailo Ivanovic. So I'm not going to read the rest of his article, but it's lovely. It's really good in depth there, and it's also predicting a predicted lineup. This is, let me just read it. Oh, actually, I should put it down. How would I? Oh, let's just put it down. Now doing a report of the. It's called. This is local London. I came across this before I went up live, and I found it interesting how it was done. So, and by it's oh. I don't know. I'll type it up because it's not working out that way. By Lachlan. UG H-L-A-N. Yeah, I did spell it right. Helps if you put report correctly. A report. Let me just double check I spelled Dan's name correctly. L-U-G-H. Yeah, I did. Okay, here we go. So go and check it out. It's a web page called This Is Local London, and Dan is their sports reporter. So I've utilised his work on there on this live morning show, although it is in the afternoon. So well done, Dan. And his predicted lineup for Crystal Palace is Matt Turner. So Matt Turner will get a chance on goal. Crystal Palace fan, I'm so nervous. If something is not broken, don't fix it. Not against Millwall. It's not the type of match you want to go and tinker around. But I could be wrong. Matt Turner, of course, very experienced player there. And so we'll see. We'll see what Oliver Glasner. But he's going. Yes, I can see where he's coming from with that. I'm just panicking already. No, Matt Turner's brilliant in goal for us as well. Of course, Henderson, I think, should be the England #1 goalkeeper. Thomas Tuchel was at Selhurst Park, and against my understanding during the Crystal Palace versus Aston Villa fixture. And but no, if it's Matt Turner's turn to be fielding in the cup competition, then so be it. I'm sure he'll do a shift out there for his teammates and for Crystal Palace. For the defence, Dan has gone with Chris Richard, Maxis Lacroix, and Mark Gahey. Yes, I would go with that as well. Dan messed around with the defence. And Daniel Munoz, Will Hughes, Adam Moulton, and Ben Chilwell to rest up a little bit. Tyrick Mitchell. Remember that Will Hughes has now picked up 10 yellow cards. So although he is eligible to play in the FA Cup, he will miss the next 2 Premier League fixtures. That's my understanding. I got that information from the official Premier League webpage. And up top, the attacking side of it, he's gone with Ismaila Sarr, Jean-Philippe Mateta, and Ebrieze. And we'll see. There's options. I know that during that fixture against Aston Villa, Ismaila Sarr did pick up a few knocks, and I hope he's okay. I mean, I counted at least 3, 2 where he just literally ended up on the pitch at Selhurst Park, like it was chopped up. And how the referee in that fixture only decided to find a yellow card for the Aston Villa players in the I think it was 80th minute or something like that. I do not know. Although some of the time where he was fouled, the referee chose to play the match forward, and we actually scored from one of those occasions. So it's how it is, but it is how it is. But that's a great lineup by Matt. By Dan from This Is Local London, and it'd be interesting to see. From what I have gathered and learned from Oliver Glasner, because now he's managed to get with his players and his staff not just a win, but a considerable win up against a very good side in Aston Villa, although they had defensive injuries and whatnot. And they didn't start with Asensio alongside McGinn and Tielemans. That 3 combination has been really well for Aston Villa in the last 4 matches prior to that fixture at Selhurst Park. And also they've got, of course, Marcus Rashford, who I still think there's a player in Marcus Rashford. But with that said, I've got a feeling that Oliver Glasner is probably thinking, if he's not broken, don't fix it, because it's against Millwall. It'd be anybody else, then I think maybe he might change it a bit. I suppose it's what he might see in the next few days in training. I expect that Oliver Glasner will have an idea. He's probably have already sent out part of his coaching squad to go and see Millwall play in live matches to get a feel of how they perform, what type of lineup do they play, and also how do they deal with oppositions getting at them, and how they respond from the transition of defending to attacking from the Millwall perspective. So I expect Oliver Glasner, I think he's a meticulous type of manager that gets the staff around him at Crystal Palace to do their homework on every single opponent, opponent by opponent. And it's it was a good bit here that Dan put in his article that in a previous fixture, their manager Alex Neil, because of an injury to one of his players, he had to feature a new signing. So I think what happens when you're just going through a transfer window, and also when you have incurred injured players, if you don't have the squad in depth, then you've got to ask players to play out of positions, and so it's a juggling act at the moment for the Millwall manager, just like any other manager in any other division or any cup competition. So for me, as a Crystal Palace fan, because it's against Millwall, I'm getting nervous just talking about it and thinking about it. You know what? I'm doing the weights. I'm getting ready. I'm getting ready for this Millwall match. I think what I'm thinking is just play the same lineup that we played against Aston Villa. If it's not broken, don't fix it. We're up against Millwall. And having read the official Crystal Palace, article which they released this morning on the official Crystal Palace webpage, and we have faced them, of course, a few times. And I think squad in depth that they have, of course, it's not as good as ours, but I think it's fair to say that it'll be what I deem as a grudge match. Is there'll be some end-to-end. I'm just charging the phone. There'll be some end-to-end football from both sides, and the atmosphere is going to be absolutely amazing. I expect at Selhurst Park. So yeah, bring it on, Millwall fans. The Crystal Palace fans will be ready, I'm no doubt. It's the decibel levels are going to go through the roof. If there was a roof at Selhurst Park, it's going to break ceilings, literally. No doubt the Crystal Palace ultras will be doing their stuff in the stadium, and it's going to be absolute. It's going to be absolute. I'm looking forward to it. And with it, as what I'm hearing from this report, utilizing this report from This Is London, This Is Local London, from their sports reporter Dan Lachlan. I am. We've taken that into account, what he said, which is kind of worrying. Oh no, panicking as a Crystal Palace fan. I'm going for a Crystal Palace home win, 3-1. That's my prediction. But of course, the lineups haven't come up. We'll get to see that an hour or so just before kickoff on Saturday morning. So looking forward to that. But yeah, I've put it in the chat. The name of the webpage is This Is Local London. yeah, it looks an authentic news outlet, and I like this report by Dan. So thank you very much, Dan, and I hope it's all right to shout you lot out. Right, so moving on other matters. Oh yeah, and I mentioned that Will Hughes is going to be available, but he will miss because he's reached 10 yellow cards. Big up to Demo 11684 earlier on for bringing that thing on earlier on. But we'll worry about the match after Saturday on Sunday morning. I'm not going to consider thinking about who do we get next in the next round, because that's the wrong way to do it. We're up against Millwall. Let's get the job done. Let's work at the problem, because there's a problem. It's not going to be a walk in the park. It's going to be a face the affair. I think the first 5 or 10 minutes will be interesting to see which sides taking the atmosphere of the stadium and the occasion and settle into the game first off. And I mean, no doubt that Oliver Glasner and the Crystal Palace players will be first at that from the moment the referee blows the whistle. In fact, not from the moment the referee blows the whistle, the moment they leave the changing room. That's when they need to be. You're playing against Millwall, and I mean, know that the Crystal Palace players, the staff, and Oliver Glasner understand how nervous the Crystal Palace fans are of this fixture. Not because we don't believe in Oliver Glasner or the players, but because we're up against Millwall. So let's get behind the players, let's get behind Oliver Glasner, and let's get a home win. And let's get into the next round. So up the Palace. Thank you very much, Dan Lachlan from This Is Local London for that article. Right, next up it is Palace. I want to mention there's been some other, before I go on into breaking news with other football clubs, I have to mention there's been some breaking news not breaking news, but great announcement by Crystal Palace. It's involving the Crystal Palace women's team. There they are in their glory. Come on, good luck, Laura Kaminsky, all the staff there, Adam Jeffrey, and everybody else there in the staff, and all the Crystal Palace players in their WSL campaign. There was an article that's just come out this morning in the official webpage at Crystal Palace. I have nothing to do with the football club, just a football fan, but it's great, reliable information there. And check out the Palace TV as well, well recommended. But this article came out about 3 hours ago, so at midday, and it's of course we're in international duty for in the women's games, and please hit the likes and subscribe at Diego C Palace if you can help me get to 5 likes. The February internationals. Swaby leads, Larissa lifts silverware, and Riley scores a stunner. Brilliant. I tell you, for the matches that I've seen, Crystal Palace women this season in the WSL, and for all the matches, nearly, not all of them, but nearly all the matches that I watched, Laura Kaminsky and Amy Everett, the Crystal Palace women's captain, last season in the Barclays Championship. The Crystal Palace players, they don't give up on each other, and they don't give up playing for their manager, Laura Kaminsky, and the Crystal Palace football fans. They are all absolutely amazing, the Crystal Palace women's team. And there is, brilliant, she's got an amazing goal there. Yes, I'm going to quickly have a go for a read for it, because I love this kind of articles from Palace when they announce it. It goes on to say, let's just say it's an official webpage at Crystal Palace. It's 3 hours ago, and he goes on to say, from the Nations League clashes to in the what? It's to invitational tournaments and friendly. I think that might be a spelling mistake. International. I think they meant to say international. But I'll read it again. From Nations League clashes to international tournaments and friendlies, the Eagles have well represented in the global stage during February's international break. Alisson's Suabe captains her side, back-to-back wins in Peru. Que bueno. And Clarissa Larisse won silverware in Spain. So well done to Larisse. And a stunner from India, Paige Riley, and her country draw against Costa Rica. Well done, India, Paige Riley. You can find out more below. It says, the February international break has been a busy one for the Crystal Palace women, as 13 players jetted off, oh my God, to represent their nations across the world. The reason why I'm worried about it is because I've got to stop saying what they're saying here. As a Crystal Palace fan, I know injuries, please. We need everyone back in one piece, please. Oh my God, I'm worried. That has to be one of the, of course, proud moments for any Crystal Palace manager and the staff, to seeing their players going off into international duty and doing their stuff out there for their countries. But I'm just, as a Crystal Palace fan, I'm like, please, 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 touch wood. We need to get them back in one piece, please. Oh my God, my head is starting to hurt now. But anyway, let's not jinx it. It's all good news. It's all good news. The article goes on to say, 30 players, all of them. Oh my days. Well, there's more than 30 players, but oh my days, I'm worried. Okay, it goes on to say Palace players represented Wales, Ireland, Sweden, Denmark, and Finland competed in the 2025 UEFA Women's Nations League, whilst others have taken part in individual cups and friendlies across the globe. It starts with New Zealand, of course, none other than India, Paige Riley. The article goes on to say the football ferns managed to win and a draw in their doubleheader against Costa Rica, with the summer signing of India Riley starting in both fixtures. Brilliant. It was a 1-1 in the first game, with Riley scoring a sensational equaliser for New Zealand just after half time. And there they've got a clip of the official Twitter, or the X, Crystal Palace web site, and they've got a clip of the India Paige Riley goal. Brilliant goal. I'm not going to play it because I'm scared that the sound might come out and then I'll get in trouble. But go and check it out. It's brilliant. I've seen it. Also, it goes on to say, playing on the right, Riley picked up the ball from just outside the box and hit a fierce shot that beat the goalkeeper and found the far corner. Of course, it was never in doubt. Of course. You know what I mean? Palace player, of course they're going to find the back of the net. Real talk. Riley also played in the second fixture and kept a clean sheet as New Zealand won 1-0 thanks to a late Maya Mahan goal. Brilliant. There's a picture of India Paige Riley there against Aston Villa. Also, it goes on the next bit. It's Wales. 3 players, not 2, but 3. Josie Green, Lily Woodham, and Elise Hughes. Both Josie Green and Lily Woodham featured in the Nations League Open against Italy. Yes, I saw that. Where Wales narrowly lost 1-0 in once a year. Hughes was a new substitute. Woodham played a full game and Green came on as a substitute in the 85th minute as the Dragons pushed to overturn the 1-goal deficit. All 3 Palace players featured in the second fixture against Sweden. Wales drew 1-1 in Wrexham. Green started in defence while Woodham entered in the fray midway through the second half. Elise Hughes returned in action in the 77 minutes. Yes. The 77 minute was an emotional one. Man, I would have been teary-eyed if I'd have been there. Real talk. I can't deny. They didn't say that. I'll start again. Elise Hughes returned to action in the 77 minute was an emotional one as she played for Wales for the first time since suffering her ACL injury in April 2024. I was there that night. I was heartbroken when I saw that. I was absolutely heartbroken. But Elise Hughes is as strong as they come. Elise Hughes does not give up on the pitch, and as you can see, off the pitch, and there, boom, on the 77 minute, she came on to represent her Wales football side and did the business. You know what I mean? You don't get nothing less than that. Just absolutely brilliant, Elise Hughes. Right, the article goes on to say these results leave Wales bottom of Group 4 in League A with 1 point in the league Nations League so far. And there's a wonderful picture there on the official Wales with Elise Hughes coming on in her Wales international football kit, and the smile just tells it all. I'm just so happy to see her playing for Wales and putting boots on grass for Crystal Palace. She came on as a substitute in the previous match, and I'm absolutely buzzing about that. And if Elise Hughes is not a role model for other young women and young men trying to go into footballing, I don't know who is. Absolutely buzzing about her, about Elise Hughes back on the pitch, both for Wales and for Crystal Palace. Also, it goes on to say, well, I just said that, by the way. Anyway, it goes on to say the Republic of Ireland, Izzy Atkinson and Abby Larkin for the Republic of Ireland. It goes on to say Wales qualifications to the Euro 2025 meant both Abby Larkin and Izzy Atkinson, who featured more prominently throughout the Republic of Ireland's campaign, failed to qualify. Big fixtures continue to come thick and fast for the duo at international level. In Carla Ward's first game in charge as the manager of Ireland, beats Turkey 1-0 in a nervy Nations League opener in Dublin. Neither Atkinson nor Larkin started the game, but the latter came on to replace Lucy Quinn on the 62 minutes. An away trip to Slovenia followed for the Ireland team, where they lost 4-0 to Ljubljana, and then Atkinson didn't feature, whilst Larkin was brought on 66 minutes in. Despite this disappointment in Slovenia, Ireland find themselves second place in Group 2 of League B in the Nations League, so they can carry on with that. I want to see more of Izzy Atkinson on the pitch. I think she's a brilliant player. I got to see Izzy Atkinson play for the Crystal Palace women's team last season, and she has great intensity when she comes on the pitch that helps the other Crystal Palace women players on the pitch, and she knows how to score. She's got an eye for goal, and I'd like to see more of her on the pitch. But who am I to tell the managers who they got to pick? But there you go. Right, Sweden. It goes on to say, my Kato, a sterling performance for Palaces this season, earned her a third call-up for Sweden senior team, as a team completed their Nation Leagues, having booked their place in Switzerland for Euro 2025. Sweden marked their first game in the National League tournament against a 2-1 win against Denmark, with Kato not featuring. Kato remained on the bench for Sweden's 1-1 draw against Wales, with Blaugrud now top of the Group 4 in League A with 4 points. And then also for England, of course, Lexi Potter, England under 19-year-old. Lexi Potter was called up to Lauren Smith's squad as England under 19s, women's under 19s, headed to Spain to play in the Albir Garden tournament. Potter played every minute against the UEFA Women's under 19 Euro champions Spain, as the young Lionesses lost 2-0 thanks to the goals from Real Madrid duo Paulo Comendador Prado and Maria Luisa Garcia Antonoli. She came on as a substitute against the USA as English ran out 2-0 winners on Sunday afternoon. Well done there. And then the final game of the tournament was against the Netherlands on Wednesday, where Potter captained England with a win on penalties after a 1-1 draw at regular time. So well done, Lexi Potter. Keep working at it. She's an amazing well, she says that she's a defensive attacking midfielder. I think there's more to that. She can play. She can go wide. She can, when necessary, and help the team and pick up. She does vital tackling and breaks up the play of the opponent. And I've always said of Lexi Potter that I saw from last season and this season, Alexis Potter's ability to break up the play of the opposition, gather the ball, turn with it, and without having to think once, twice. She's not a type of player that she needs to be told what to do with the ball. She's got an eye for a pass, and she's always looking to help the Crystal Palace women's team and playing for the England under 19 units to play attacking football. And I absolutely love the way that she works hard with herself and with her teammates on the pitch. And she's improving. So good luck to Lexi Potter. Big up to Steve RSC. Big up to you. I'll come to your comment in a minute because I'm in the middle of the Crystal Palace women team. But big up to you, Steve. Denmark, Katarina Veje and Millie Cahill, like Sweden and Wales, Denmark have already secured their place in the Switzerland for the Euros 2025. Denmark's first fixture Denmark's first fixture was against Sweden, and Katarina Veje played the entire game as Sweden grabbed a 2-1 win away from home. Milhe Gehi has been withdrawn from Denmark's squad and has returned to the club due to an injury. Oh no, we've got an injury. Ahead of the Nations League Cup against Italy. Oh, what type of injury has he picked up? He doesn't say. Okay, let's move on. An impressive away performance followed by Denmark as they beat 3-1 with neither Gehi nor Cahill featuring. This result means that Denmark currently sits second place of Group 4 in League A with 3 points. We need Millie Cahill. I hope she's okay. I hope that she can recover in time to be available for Laura Kaminski for selection. This is the fear that I have. But you've got to support these players when they go and play international duty, and it's important for them to be involved in the international squads. And the fact that they're getting picked for international duty means that they're doing the right things at club level. So we have to support them, not just when they're on the pitch, but also when they've picked up injury. So Millie Cahill, I hope you recover well from your injury. I'm actually excited to hear that. Finland, Ria Orlin, January signing for Ria Orlin, excuse me, was called up for the Finland national team for the Nations League fixture against Serbia and Hungary. Orlin played the entire game on Friday against Serbia in midfield, and her team narrowly lost 1-0 in Vojvodina. She started the game in Budapest as Finland got off the mark with a 1-0 against Hungary on Tuesday. As a result, Finland now sits second in Group 3 of Group B in the Nations League. So congratulations to Ria Orlin in her efforts there with her Finland side, and keep at it. Jamaica, of course, Alison Swaby, the Jamaican international. Alison, similar to New Zealand, Jamaica are also halfway through the friendly. Oh, it's friendlies. I was going to think it then. I didn't think. Yeah. Okay. Start again. Jamaica. This is from the article in the official webpage at Crystal Palace on the Crystal Palace women. No less than 13 of the Crystal Palace women's players have gone to represent their nation. So congratulations to all of them in that endeavour. And I'm down at the bit where it says Jamaica. Alison Swaby, similar to the New Zealand, Jamaica are also halfway through their friendly doubleheader as the Reggae Girls take on Peru in Callao after beating them in Lima. January signing Alison Swaby, captain her side to a 2-0 win in Lima, making a third straight win for the girls, the Jamaican women's team. The teams met again on Wednesday evening as Swaby and the team made it two wins of 2 in South America. Swaby started and played in the first half, where Jamaica raced into a 3-0 lead in Callao. She was substituted on the 46 minutes, and despite a late rally from the host to make it 3-2, the Jamaican girls side, held firm and won the second game in Peru. So there's a picture of Alison Swaby when she was playing for the Crystal Palace women's team up against the Manchester United team there, and just absolutely brilliant, not just in defence but also getting forward. And you can see that she's the leader on the pitch. I read into this, and I'm right to say Alison Swaby, I think she was born in Connecticut in America, but she plays for Jamaica, obviously because of connections, family relations with Jamaica. Canada, Clarissa Larisse. Canadian women are one of 4 teams competing in a round robin tournament called Pinata Cup, an invitational women's association football tournament typically held in Murcia, Spain. Larissa came off the bench in the 1-1 draw against China on Wednesday and was an unused substitute in the 2-0 win against Mexico on Saturday. Canada then faced Chinese Taipei on Tuesday and came away with an impressive 7-0 win in Murcia. Well done. And just 10 minutes after she was brought on, in the second half. Larissa Cross, Canadian seventh goal, scored a Canadian seventh goal on the 75th minute with a definite header into the corner. Yes, get in there. And this victory secured Larissa's Canada's triumph in the first editions of the Pinatar Cup in Spain. And there is a clip of Clarissa Larsay's goal for Canada. Well done, Clarissa. And that's it. That's the end of the article. That is on the official webpage at Crystal Palace. I have nothing to do with the football club. This channel hasn't got nothing to do with the football club, but it's great information there, and I'm just glad that everyone is doing well. And if they could pick up an injury, it is what it is, and I'm sure the medical staff at Crystal Palace will look to get them all the players back online as soon as possible. So yeah, I wanted to mention that because that's so important to me to get information about that. Big up to Crystal Palace for putting that article up. I think about 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock earlier on today. Big up to Steve RFC. It says 7:30 FA Cup draws on Sunday after the Manchester United match on Fulham. I'm going to write that down. Oh yeah, I haven't done my predictions for the FA Cup. Ooh. I don't think I'm going to do it today because I've got to go and do something. But I'm going to write this down. FA Cup. Thanks, Steve, for that information. 7:30. FA Cup draw is on Sunday. It's after the Manchester United versus Fulham. Yeah. Yep. So I'll have to be I'll have to feature that. Okay, so please keep hitting the likes and subscribe at Diego C Palace if you are new. If you can help me get to 5 likes in the chat, and if you haven't subscribed, please subscribe at Diego C Palace. Absolutely buzzing to hear that on the Crystal Palace women, no less than 13 Crystal Palace women of Laura Kaminsky's team all went on international duty. So good luck to every single one of them in their experiences representing their nations. As a Crystal Palace fan, I am worried. I'm so worried. But we have to support them. We have to back them. Not just playing for country, but also playing for their national sides. Yeah, why not? We have to do it. We have to be in their corner. Right, next up, quickly, it's about local news at the moment. And so I'm just going to put on here just covered the Crystal Palace women on international duty. Good luck to all. And read out from the official Palace website. Info. just so I can timestamp it if you like. Okay, so next up, it's going to be that I want to feature is what happened there? My computer's just stopped working. What's going on? That's the Premier League table. Fixtures for today, of course, is West Ham United versus Leicester City. I've already predicted, if there's anybody out there, probably not. West Ham United 0, Leicester City 1. I just got a feeling that Leicester City will get an away win today in the Premier League. They've got more chances of picking up points on their travels for whatever crazy reason. I don't know why they didn't bring in more players in January for Ruud van Nistelrooy. I understand this. I think they were constrained by fair play rules or maybe something else like that. But I think they might have. They've got goal scorers in their side. It's just their individual mistakes that they do sometimes, and they concede a lot of goals. And I'm talking about Leicester City. As for West Ham United, I think Graham Potter, again, he's had injuries. I don't think they tried to make a bid for John Duran, the Colombian international from Aston Villa, but he went to the Saudi League. I suppose if you're competing with those kind of wages, it doesn't materialize. So, but it's going to be an interesting one tonight. It's a 8 p.m. kickoff, and Steve mentioned something else. Oh, I know he didn't mention this, but Bologna is playing at home in the Italian Serie A against AC Milan. And I can't see anything else there. Please keep hitting the likes and subscribe at Diego C Palace. I'll round it off in a tick. And yeah, the reason why I was coming into the fixtures, wanted to have a look. Good. Yeah, so tomorrow it's not FA Cup fixtures, it's a Premier League fixture. That's what I thought. So the FA Cup fixtures start. Oh, no, sorry. Today is the Premier League fixture, but tomorrow, Friday, is the first of the FA Cup. And of course, it's Aston Villa versus Cardiff. Marco Olise looks like he's going to be playing away at Stuttgart at 7:30. And it's Aston Villa versus Cardiff. I'll do my predictions for the FA Cup tomorrow in the morning. I think that's what I'm going to do. That's my plan. In the morning show tomorrow, I'll do my predictions for the FA Cup. But for my Crystal Palace against Millwall, I'm already now on set. Crystal Palace 3, Millwall 1. Oh my God, they're going to score. If they score, I'm going to lose it. I'm getting so panicky now already. Unbelievable. Please keep hitting the likes and subscribe at Diego C Palace. If you're watching on playback, please subscribe at Diego C Palace. And just going to mention a few breaking rule news, and it's oh, 1 minute. I'm going to mention breaking news. There's an article there on Liverpool. We all know about Arne Slot. I think he served one of the match bans in the previous match, and I think he's got one more match that he's got to sit in the stands before he can go back to his technical area. And I believe Liverpool were fined. The FA fined Liverpool and the manager for what happened at the Merseyside derby. So move on from that. And it will be very soon that the Liverpool fans can have their manager back in their technical area. Following the Manchester United fixture, the Manchester United winger Alexandro Garnacho, he looked very disappointed after that being substituted. But that's because they were 2-1 up at the time, and Dorgu had just been sent off. And it's a natural reaction. He wants to be on the pitch. It's I'm sure Ruben Amorim will figure that one out. He needs Alexandra. He needs Alejandro Garnacho to be down that left wing for him, and I'm sure they'll sort it out. But that's good. I mean, if anything, that shows that he wants to be on the pitch when players get substituted because injuries or suspensions whilst the match is progressing. Things have to change. The manager have to change the thing. So that's that on that. I'm trying to look at some other breaking news. Oh yeah. This is actually I was going to mention this after the bit which I mentioned about the Crystal Palace women. Liverpool. This broke this morning. Liverpool have sacked the boss Beard with Liverpool only 7th in the WSL. So I'm just going to have a little read here before I read it. Yeah, he's only won 2. And we actually took a point of them. I remember that we Laura Kaminsky and her staff and players took off a point away. I remember. Liverpool finished 4th last season and are currently mid-table, 9 points above bottom side Crystal Palace. All right, don't have to rub it in. Why'd you have to mention that? Why don't you mention the top bit? Because that's where they want to be. See what I mean? Anyway, move on. Good afternoon, Semik. I hope you're well. What I'm interested in is who they're going to bring in. After 2 years, wait a minute. He left the club. Beardley, Liverpool to Conservative. Yeah, that's what I thought. Oh, okay. So Amber Whitley will take interim charge of the team with the search of a new manager already underway. That's what I was thinking. I was thinking, well, that means that something's happened, clearly, and they've decided to release it. Coming to you, Semik, 1 minute. I'm just talking about the women's game here and Liverpool releasing their manager, Matt Beard, and I'll come to your comments in the chat in a moment. We have experienced some fantastic moments. Special priority was to return. Yeah, Beard. Matt Beard. He led Liverpool to consecutive WSL titles, 2013 and 2014. So when he first came in, so it's now what? Yeah, they probably thought maybe he needs a new challenge elsewhere, and it just hasn't worked out for them. Yeah, he left them and came back. Yeah, that 4-0 defeat against Manchester City, that having lost 7 of the 14 fixtures in turn. So there you go. So they're looking for a new manager. In the WSL Liverpool women's team, they're looking for a new manager, and doesn't say here who might get the job for the rest of the season, but certainly it is confirmed here that yeah, it's just it hasn't worked out there. Right, so that's breaking news. Definitely today. How old is this? This is it's only 5 hours. I saw it about 6 hours ago. Actually, when I woke up, I was like, oh, yeah. So first what I thought was like he's won titles with them. So, but then it's a long time ago, and maybe the clubs thought, right, perhaps a new fresh. Also, there's a lot of talk about Manchester United and Arsenal, and of course last night the Lionesses they won 1-0 against Spain, and bit of a redemption there. Of course, they lost to them in the World Cup final, and so the Lionesses getting their a clean sheet and a 1-0 win there. Serena Wigman, I wouldn't say precious building, but certainly there is an expectation. As a football fan, I expect Serena Wigman to take the England women's team, the Lionesses, into the European competition, which I think is in Switzerland, and they should win that. They should win that. They've just beaten Spain yesterday, so it's important that Serena Wigman is able to have available to her injury-free players and the squad in depth, but she's got so much to pick from, and not going to read out everything that was said there, but yeah, they won 1-0. So congratulations to the Lionesses, and well scored that goal that it was scored there. Right, next up quickly, just gonna big up to Semic says in the chat. No, I haven't. I've just come to you. I was just reading the stuff on the thing. Big up to you, Semic. Gassinet 1, Fenerbahce 4, Talisca and El Nesri both scored a goal. I presume that's for cool. They're playing early today, and that's in the Turkish Cup. And let me get Semic back here. There you go. Please keep hitting the likes and subscribe at Diego C Palace if you are new. And trying to see what else there might be breaking news. I saw something else actually. Oh, that's interesting. Something's broken into. This is not to do with football. It's broken in from this morning. TKL Group Holdings, which owns WFC and the WEE, says it's close to an agreement with a new boxing league in Saudi Arabia. After significantly regular hosts. With boxing, where the money is, that's where boxing follows. It's always been like that. Please keep hitting the likes and subscribe. It seems you are nearly wake up. I've been streaming for I don't know about nearly just woke up. I've been streaming for 3 hours and 40 minutes. So well, thank you very much for dropping in, Semic. So there you go. Please keep hitting the likes and subscribe. Help me get to 5 likes if you can in the chat. And but thank you very much for dropping in, Samik. I appreciate that. Oh dear. Okay, I can't see anything else more breaking news. If you're new to the channel, please subscribe at Diego C. Palace. Just going to check one last thing on Instagram. Oh yeah, I forgot to send it out. I knew I forgot something to do something. And please keep hitting the likes and subscribe at Diego C. Palace if you are new. And okay, whatever. Right, I forgot to do it. I'm going to share it. How do I do this? So, wow. So I'm going to put that there, and then I better put the earpiece on. Which one did I actually use as a? I don't know how to do this. I used that one. Hold on. There it is. Okay, so I've got to use this one. Just going to share it on Instagram so people know that it's been done. But didn't. Live now. It's a bit late now, but I must just do it. Live now. Live. Breakfast. Why isn't it? Football show now uploaded. Let's put on this YouTube. Please keep hitting the likes and subscribe at Legacy Palace if you are new. And I'm just going to share it on. Oh, we finished. That's why it was doing that. I think what I'll do is I'll put the topics on. And so live breakfast football show now uploaded. What's the date? Today's the 27th. So 27th Feb. Now uploaded. Please view and comment and like. Oh yeah, subscribe. Also, what did I cover? So the first thing is I featured Crystal Palace's win over Aston Villa. What else did I do? After the Crystal Palace win over, then I mentioned also featured. Oh yeah, what was the gentleman's name? Let's get it up and running. Have I got it here? Yes, I have. So I also covered the article from there's a gentleman called, let's get his name correct. No, it's Ben. Dan, yeah. Dan. No. Glenn. Sports. He's a sports reporter. Oh, not sports reporter from. Let's see if they're actually on Instagram. I don't think they are. I think they're only on Facebook. Oh, let's have a look. We'll find out. This is local London. No, there isn't one. Okay, so it's okay. I'll put the web page, I suppose. Well, first of all, let's put in capitals. This. In other content channels, they have people doing this, but I have to figure out how to do it myself. London. Put on here www. Oops. www. This. Oh, okay. Is local. Oh, why is it doing that? Oh no. This is local London is .co.uk. .co.uk. Okay, so I put in here Crystal Palace winner over Aston Villa. Let's just make a space so it looks respectful. Featured the article from Dan Laughlin, sports reporter from This Is London. Crystal Palace versus Millwall. FA Cup. Oh, what's going on there? This is taking forever. Oh. I wonder if he's on. He might be on Instagram. How would I do it? So, he might be. I don't know. I think he is. Oh no, but there's a few of them. No, I better not because I haven't checked if it's actually him. There might be somebody with the same first name and surname, so better not. Okay, that's enough. Crystal Palace FA Cup. And then also I featured what else did I do? I did featured the Crystal Palace women's players on international duty. Reading out the article from the official Crystal Palace site. Oh, there. And then and further. Oh, and then also I did breaking football news. Breaking football men's and women's football news. Right, that's it. Okay, that's done. Please keep hitting the like and subscribe at Diego C. Palace. And that's that done there. And then we're going to put this at Bob. At CPW at CPC at FA Cup. Is there an FA Cup site? Probably. FA. Oh. Oh, Emirates Cups. There it is. Yes, there is. And then I'm just going to do a hashtag Diego. Let's see. This. And at okay, that will do. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, wow. Okay. I didn't know that. If you're new to the channel, please subscribe at Diego C. Palace. And right, that'll do. I think I'm happy with that. Okay. Got the music. I'm just going to share it on Instagram. Come on. Just going to wait for that to come through. Right. Thank you very much, everybody. I'm just waiting for that to load up and send that out. If you're new to the channel, please subscribe at Diego C. Palace. Just shared the breakfast I think I got a sticky keyboard because I never pressed capitals for that one. Just shared the breakfast football Show on Insta. Please hit like and subscribe. There we go. I'm happy with that. If you are watching on playback, please hit like and subscribe at Diego C. Palace. And let me just quickly check that that's gone out all fine. Okay, I'm happy with that. Okay. I want to thank everyone in the chat who's dropped in. I'll go from the top order. Steve RSC, thank you very much for dropping in very early doors and staying throughout. Thank you very much, Steve RSC. Thank you to Damo1168, to Adil. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you. I really appreciate you as well joining. And also to Semik. Thank you very much, Semik. And I hope you're having a good afternoon there. And good luck to your team in Turkey. I hope they win fine today. Right, that's it for the morning show for the Thursday, the 27th of February. And still getting ready for the fixture on Saturday. Getting into shape. I'm ready for the fixture at Selhurst Park, Crystal Palace versus Millwall. I mean, know that the Crystal Palace players, the coaching staff, Oliver Glasner, they're all working on their fitness and readiness for the 12:15, I think, kickoff on Saturday morning. And definitely looking forward to it. Please hit like and subscribe at Diego C. Palace. If you're watching on playback, please set the notification bell on at Diego C. Palace. And if you have any comments on the morning show, please put them in the comments, and I'll get back to you. Please put polite comments, and I'll be much appreciated if you could do that. Take care. Have a good afternoon, and I hope to catch you up later on the next one. Thank you very much for watching, and goodbye.